Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Hit the buttons one more time. Interrupts the music, but hopefully it gets the audio out of breaking mode if it started that way. Today we're going to continue our game dev project. Our targets for the day, we'll see how long this lasts, is to test mass collision. Last time we got the spawning working. We got the spawning working so that we can get lots and lots of stuff on screen. Hey there, Shadow. Welcome, joining us right at the beginning, just giving the summary right now. We've got lots and lots and lots of things on screen at once. But we also now want to check lots and lots and lots of collisions at once. If the physics engine holds up to that, then I think we're in pretty good shape, and we will proceed with we're going to make a test attempt at navigation to get the blobs not to stomp on each other. No worries, Shadow. No worries. Lurk or watch as you'd like. All right, let's switch over. A little slow since Ember is chewing my thumb. Should set the camera first. What did we do with this? Okay. That's 2,000 things in existence. There are 2,000 bouncing blobs on screen right now. They don't have their full animation logic, like they don't move towards me, they don't turn to face me. Nothing like that. Hey there, Lucas. Doing pretty well. We are starting early, and ideally we're going to run a little late today. Also, hey, Zell, welcome, everyone. Both, I want to make up for some time for missing Friday, and I also want to see if we can hit some key points this weekend. So if you remember, I was saying last time we've got 2,000 blobs rendering on screen with 0 FPS impact. Well, not on screen. They are... Actually, we can test that. Where is the radius that they're spawning in? Add thing. There we go. All right, this is going to spawn them way closer. 2,000 blobs. And one more. Let's see, 96 is a square. Oh. Okay, everything within 5 squares. That is 2,000 jiggly blobs. Look at them go. And as I'm walking, every collision is causing a new one to appear. It's very seizure-inducing, I expect, so, belated warning. But every time we touch one, we are spawning a new one. I don't know why it jitters like that, but, It doesn't seem to really impact frame rate when we do it, but Our current logic is if you touch one, spawn a new one. It's testing logic again, but, you know. I was going to start a little earlier today, but my headphones were remarkably low on battery despite having plugged them in to charge overnight. And after a lot of scrambling around and testing things, a charging cable that had been working until today was not, and I found that Sky had finally managed to break the wiring in it. The braided nylon protection on a lot of these cables is usually enough to slow his damage down, but it had finally crossed the threshold and cracked the wire. So I was scrambling around to replace that. For exactly that reason, I have spares. And normally I have like little neoprene cable guards that he doesn't like to chew. Welcome back, Shadow. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to make a small adjustment to the settings on the spawner here in order to be able to set the mask on this. So what I need to do is go into my collision zone logic. I think I have this somewhere. What was it? Not there. I'm looking for a place where I exported what kind of collisions they have. Here we go. Type, that's their avoidance mask. We should be able to use this. So we're going to go into our test render thing. Collision layer and a collision mask. Name a car. Oh, man. I'm not versed in the name of car. Hey there, Jasmine. Or is it Jasmine? Let me know. But hello and welcome. We're making a game. Okay, so I have a collision mask exported. So now when I go in to the game world and I actually don't need them exported. One and two. So hey there, Don. Doing well, doing well. Let's check the kitties again. I forgot to set it or choose where to set it during the intro. It looks like we have Ember and Mason hanging out. Let's look at the window. For those in one of the widescreen scenes, we're going to zoom in a little bit. Ember sees something. I see. Okay, so now we need... They don't actually need to be exported. I think I'll ultimately do an export on them, though, because I won't be manually creating them. Let's see, test render dot collision. Actually, okay, we have to instantiate each of them, but all right, I'm defining it as a class, not as a scene. Why is that? There we go. Okay, test render has a collision layer of enemy, and it's looking for bullet, and 2 has a layer of bullet and is looking for enemy. Hey there, Jolly. Oh, thanks. I appreciate you swinging through. Okay, so we have 2 of them. We don't need those then. Let's run it to test it. Okay, so it took a moment, and there's definitely some extra cost there. That's about 4,000 blobs. Hey there, Tabby. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're testing our game dev project. What are we gonna do to test this? Robbie, to do a YouTube live, you have to activate it on your channel. I don't recall the setting. There's a verification period of time or process, and then it's just kind of mechanical. There you go, Shadow. Thank you. We're working on a game right now. We're testing collision logic, so it looks like at about 4,000 things, we start to have some problems with this density. We're going to try to change the density logic here. Const. We're going to say radius. It's not radius. It's kind of radius. It's the edges of a square. But width is equal to 1920. Height is equal to 1080. Oh, I don't need nearly that many. We're stress testing it right now. Or do you mean, oh yeah, how many slimes do I need? What I'd like is about 2,000 entities, so I want to be able to cover 1,000 slimes minimum. And hey there, Scoot. And I do not play Roblox, Jolly. Sorry, I get distracted by the code now and again, so I'll have to catch up on a regular basis. Channel. Oh, odd. All right, Shadow, thanks for swinging through. Weird. Okay, so we're going to put them on screen. Actually, we're going to put it's a full screen left and right, so it'll go half the screen in each direction. X. Y. So equal to a vector 2 with these dimensions. I do not play Fortnite. I did play Fortnite way back when it first started, when it was a tower defense game. The gotcha element of it in the slow grind that they put in as a result of that wasn't terribly fun. And I never really got into the battle royale genre. I don't like the time to enjoyable time ratio. There we go. Whatever critter she can see probably dove a little lower. And fire away if you have a question. All right, here, let's... that is one of my cats. That's one of 5 cats, Robbie. There's a alternate cat box. Hey there, Tricky. Welcome. Making sure I'm not missing... the plot, Tabby. The plot of this game is going to be related to my character lore. There are posts on Twitter, and there's a board on the Discord that explains some of the backstory, and people that have been watching the stream since the Noida days probably know what I'm going to do. I do not, Quandale. Sorry about that. And hello, King. Yeah, let's see how many cats we can spot. We can see 4 cats right now. Looks like we've got... Well, that might be Sherbet. Yeah, that's Mason. So we have Sky up in his tree, Sammy the black cat, and Mason the tan cat on the bed. And then Ember by the window. Sherbet is not visible. He might be near Sammy and Mason, though. I forget a lot, Quandale. My memory for names is kind of random. That like Mui tricky? Or Muis? Okay. So we need to finish this out. This is the jitter around logic. Okay, so this will spawn them all on the screen. Now let's go to our monitor here. 60 frames a second. Ah, interesting. Oleg, the plan for today is to test mass collision. Yeah, Lucas, Sky is, I think, content to sit on the cat tree today because his mischief for this day was to destroy the charging cable for my headphones. What do you mean, something else, Shadow? And if you'd like to continue on to a different thing, feel free, Robbie. All the cables I get are that kind of like reinforced, like braided nylon kind of cable. And it normally takes them a while to get through it, but Sky is persistent. Well, Ember can definitely see something. Not sure what your question is, but we're on day 35, King. Hello, Ember. Okay, now we have to set up some collision between them. Oh, that's right. Area 2D collision layer dot. Ember is right up in my face right now. All right, Shadow. Yeah, so there's a cable management sleeve that I get that's kind of like it's not quite neoprene, but it's that kind of material that can be zipped over the cable, and Sky won't chew those. So those are everywhere. But that particular cable was unprotected. Vision mask to collision. Okay. So let's go into our monitor here. Right there. That number is the number of collisions happening per unit here. At any given time, we're sitting at about 2,200 or let's say 2,300 collisions. Every time a collision happens, a blob is removed and replaced. Now they have to enter the area of effect here. So if they're overlapping, they won't touch. So some of these won't be touched by the player. So the next thing we'll do here is we'll say that they're both looking for player. So there's 4,000 blobs in existence. They are around the screen. And they all collide with each other. So what this does is this tells us that our movement logic is solid at the moment. The next thing, or I'm sorry, our collision logic. Because this is almost zero impact on a really extreme case. We go into our monitor here. So yeah, worst case with like, again, every physics frame, every blob is moving, and a collision equivalent to 1 per blob is happening right there. On the small screen, you may not be able to see it, but there's a graph here that is sitting at around 2,000 constantly, and there are 4,000 blobs between 2 collision zones. So there are 2,000 blobs. There's a pair of areas, and each area contains 2,000 blobs, and blobs from those different areas can collide with each other. All right, Lucas, thanks for swinging by. Nice. You're getting to see the process, King. You're getting to see the process. It is currently just before 3 p.m. If we sit still, we should see more of them pop in and out of existence here. Yeah, that's what the flickering is that we're seeing. In the top right corner of the screen, you can see them going bonkers there because there's a whole lot of collision happening across the screen. We'll have to figure out a way to get really good collision detection in so that if something overlaps, we can still detect it. Get some real time zone differences in streaming. But yeah, I think we're in good shape. 4,000 animating entities on screen. Next thing. All right, King. Next thing we're going to try here is we're going to have them move towards the player at all times. That's going to be their movement pattern. Now, this is going to require more calculation is part of the trick. So this is going to increase the cost of moving them. To thing dot position not direction to player factory player position. Times equals 96. All right, Tricky. Now this looks kind of cool, doesn't it? Okay, this is starting to slow down a bit. Look at that frames per second tank. Okay, so we definitely have an issue at about 25,000 collisions happening at once. But this is an extreme case. We generally don't need this much. Okay, we're going to limit it down to 1,000 entities each and see what happens, because we don't need this much. Cool as it looks. Okay, so let's lower the number of things that are spawned. Making it easier to set these numbers here. Half as many things. That's kind of cool looking. You can see right at the center part of the collision problems that we're having. See, there's a very dense spot of entities there. So there's a limit to the number of collisions I think we can process at a time here. And we do get hitches by the nature of it. Okay. So now you're going to export. No. We don't need a different test for this just now. Okay, so we have that many. The next thing I want to test is the sort of avoidance navigation. I don't want the blobs to overlap each other. It's fine if hostile blobs overlap each other, but I don't want them overlapping anything but the player or some other type of entity. So there are two types of blob going on right now. Or if we can get something different for that. We can probably just pass in a texture, but that's a later problem here. All right, so we're going to open up a navigation server. So we're still working with things at the low level of the game handling. We're not at like the C level, but we're below the node level when we're doing this. And mechanically, what you would do is set up a map, a place in the world with like navigation regions, and you would put a node that is a navigation agent into existence and attach it to that map. But we're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is each thing will create and eventually remove a navigation agent from itself. And that navigation agent attached to the overall world map. Hello, Ember. It's hello. we're gonna try to set them up so they don't collide with each other. The navigation mask will be the same, or the avoidance mask will be the same as the collision layer. So it will look for things that are the same thing as them and try to avoid them. We shouldn't need to worry about outside navigable area because the navigable area is everything. So we create an agent. We're going to set its callback. I don't know what it is, but sometimes Ember just decides, I want to chew on your fingers. I think she's trying to trim my nails for me. Every now and then you'll see cats do that for themselves. They'll like nibble at the ends of their claws. I don't know if that's I don't know what the full intent of that is, but it might be to get the claw shedding again. You know, a potential like restart the sharpening mechanism kind of process. Okay, so we would actually say its avoidance layer is the collision layer, and its avoidance mask would be the same as the collision layer. We're not going to mess with the priority, because if they're all the same priority, then they all try to avoid each other. We're going to need to create a mask, or a map, a collision map. We might be able to put it into the world, though. There's an agent. We don't want that. Go up here. What is it? Need links. Hey there, Mila. Welcome. Is that Mish? This is correct, Robbie. We are still coding. By limiting it down to 2 pairs of 1,000 entities, we can do this. The collision isn't perfect. You can see like right at the center of the screen, a very dense blob. That is many blobs piled on top of each other. Because the collision is not hitting enough of them. And that's why we're getting fewer and fewer blobs. If I wiggle around in the middle here, that should cull more of them. So what we're experimenting with now is to get the blobs navigating so they don't overlap with each other. If we do that, we should reduce the number of collisions, but the navigation may be too expensive, and we might have to come up with another pattern. Let's see. Ember's looking out the window again. There's definitely something out there. Is there a map? Okay, I think I need a navigation region. We're gonna try without that. We're just gonna create a map and see what happens. Let me know if the audio flakes out. I can fix it, but I can't hear it myself if it does. Okay, I think we need a constant. Thinking. Is that you, Mafioso? For some reason the symbols look a little different today. Don't need the agents. Okay. set is active. No, we don't need to. We set active. So we create the map, set it active. We want everything to use the same navigation mesh. So we'll do that in the game world. Okay. Now we might be leaking values here in the background. One of the tricks of using things like we are is we do have to free stuff ourselves, which can be a problem, but, you know, we'll roll with it. Well, hello, Kevin. It looks like the same profile picture as... Is it Micha? But hello nonetheless. Okay, we want them to have the navigation map identified before they go in. Which... Okay, we are going to just generate these. Version... Can be tricky. Can be tricky. You get folks with names from around the world, and letters are pronounced differently in different places. So it can be a good idea or useful if your screen handle is pretty generic. Okay, so test render dot. It's not right. Oh, we'll just force it. Sometimes... instance dot type dot enemy verify that it's still doing its thing here. Wow. In theory, this means they can self-collide, but that shouldn't be the case. Oh, wow. 200,000 collision entities. Bullet. All right, this was working a lot better earlier. So what's different? Oh, that's why. Okay, by putting it here, their collision zones are not being set. Okay, we're going to create a global entity. It's that. Nope. Globals. Okay, so we can't have the test renders added. We need them specified here. It's enemy, it looks for bullets and player. This is bullet and it looks for enemy and player. Making sure we've got this right again. Yeah. So by mitigating it, we have changed this here. The collision pairs is much more manageable. So we get this cool thing going on. I do not know what that means. But you get a hello anyway. Okay, so we have lots of things. Great. Now we need to go into our navigation code. Let's close everything but this. That'll do. So we created a new global called navigation. We're just going to check this real quick here. Okay, we didn't need a class name for that kind of thing. Ember is a little sweetheart, Kevin. Hey there, Demon. Been doing well. We are... Let me show you where we are. The step that we're working on right now is to get it so that these blobs don't overlap with each other, that they're going to try to not touch other blobs. Now I'm going to change. Let's fix this. We are going to go into a test render, and we're going to have our texture. This is not long term because this is awful what I'm doing, but so we export a texture path in the rendering here. And what we're going to do is first one, which is in the enemy layer, will have the path. And then the second one, which is in the bullet layer, will do that. Oh, no, first we need to that. Hey there, Carlo. There we go. And there's a lot of the movement logic that's not in here, but that's fine. Movement, animation, things like turn to face, all of that stuff, not in yet. Next, we need to go into our... What did I change there? Into our new global navigation. On init our ID as an ID equal to navigation server 2d.create or map create. Okay, so there is a universal map created as soon as this is loaded in. I don't like this. We're going to have to come up with a way to clear it because this exists outside of the whole world. So there may be problems with this. But anyway. So we have our area RID, we have our shape RID, we have right now we are setting the position from outside. For each thing we call set position. Okay, we're going to set velocity. Hey there, Super. It's a very specific niche, but I'm glad you found it. All right, so one of the differences with the navigation that we're going to be doing here is we're going to set the vector on the thing, and the thing is going to have a agent setup that it does. So We're going to call it movement. So movement will always be to player, but we're going to 0. They're always going to have a spot to be, even if it doesn't get set fully. There's our drawing. There's our removal. We'll need to add to that. Here's our initialize. So we don't need anything else here. Hello, Ember. Oh, we have a sherbet sighting for the first time tonight. At least most of sherbet. Okay. Shape, extend to the rectangle, add the shape to the area, set our position, load our texture, add that. He is settling down to sleep. He just came over there. Give Ember some pets here. Her head is right up by my right cheek. Which is left on the screen. My movement is mirrored if it's not apparent. I could actually make it mimicked, but that's more work and I don't want to do it. And it's easy for me to look at it like I'm looking in a mirror. Give her intensive ear scratches while I cuddle up to her here. Ouch. Little hind claw daggers there. Okay. So our navigation movement RID. There's RID. Ember may visibly pass through camera in just a moment. Let's see if she does. You could just see her shadow play over him. To navigation server 2D dot create agent create, and that needs what? Ah, okay. And then agent set map navigation agent ID navigation dot map RID. Okay, we've added it to the map. Or that adds it to the map. Agent. Its layer is equal to collision. We're going to have to set that. Okay. Then in test render, when we create a thing, hey there, Copper. Don't worry about it. We started early today. And can I write you what, Legend? Position, collision layer, collision mask. Oh no, they live there and they collide with the same things. We are writing a game in Godot. This is where we are currently at. Uh-oh. We are currently at a bug. Stop. Run. So this is test logic. Every one of the little wind-up mice that touches a blob removes the blob and remakes the blob, and the blob is remade somewhere else. Every blob that touches a mouse removes the mouse and is remade. There are currently 1,000 mice and 1,000 blobs, and they all move towards where the player is. See the player weaving out of the mess here. If we get outside of the radius of their spawn, we should be able to see more of it function here. The mice aren't looking for the player, but the blobs are. Let's make sure that that's properly set up here. They both look for the player. Enemies look for the bullets and the player. The bullets look for the player and the enemies. That's not how they would actually work, but so why aren't the bullets hitting the player? There are definitely a lot of them. Oh, is that right? Oh no, this isn't right. Oh no, wait, it is. It is. This is the notation for it. Call it this. Its value is this. We could just use this, but this is all testing code anyway. Initialize it. Set its collision layer and it's masked the relevant one. Should be fine. But we might be getting some anomalies here. In any event, let's get this rolling here. Set avoidance layers, avoidance mask. Oh, what kind of bunny? Is it one of the gigantic ones? Or, your stereotypical, like, rural to, outer city, small, like, gray and brown one? Or perhaps white, but, the smaller bunnies. Map. Set. Agent and then true. Classic bunny. Is it going to be an indoor bunny, or do you have like an outdoor hutch kind of scenario? Okay, we need to figure out exactly what the callback is going to be. Because this is where things get a little different. Okay, we're going to get into this after a quick break, and then we'll continue the navigation work. And we're back. Okay, so we need to set avoidance callback here. Nope. The kitties have shuffled around since I got up and moved around. Coding a game is a lot of time investment, Robbie. I mean, I would put it as it's only been closing in on 2 hours. Oh, welcome back, Kevin. Yes, this is a stream. Okay, we have to pass in a callable, so we're going to do agent set avoidance callback with the agent ID and a callable. Yeah, Mason got up and moved around. Sammy took her spot. She likes the pillow the most. She's the tuxedo sitting on the pillow there. But you know, she'll take the blanket if there's another cat in the way. Well, Mason got up and moved around, and so Sammy, switched places. And now Mason returned and has been allocated to blanket. Amber. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. So we're going to set its callback. So first we need to create its callback. Animation callback will just be Amber. Quit chewing. Certainly not, Robbie. I mean, you're looking at my face right now. In more IRL terms, why would a VTuber reveal their face? Safe velocity. Presume this is a vector 2. Velocity as a string. Full. Comma. Self. Then set Solid avoidance callback. Object string. Makes sense. Hey there, Yassine. Okay, and then okay, the nature of them hasn't stopped yet, or hasn't gotten worse, so this guy will sometimes try to forcibly groom one of the other cats. In this case, he's trying to shove Sammy away. Sammy is the least likely to put up with that. Oh, we got 4 of them in the same spot. You can see her kind of twisted around to face at him, and she nipped one of his paws when he got real close. Sky often bullies Ember because she just puts up with it and tries to run, but Sammy does not. How long did what, Robbie? The code or something else? There's a way to set an agent's priority. Okay, we need to set max neighbors. Hey there, Drew. The cat camera is not too long. All right, Robbie. Okay. Say, check 6 things. And the set max speed is navigation agent, and we're going to say 96. Ember will inevitably swing back through. Either that or Sammy, but Sammy only tends to less frequently. She's fine with sleeping on the pillow. Distance. We're gonna try this as the size of them. Here we go. Agent set position. And the agent itself is 16 in radius. Yeah. There isn't a private chat, Robbie. This is everybody can see whatever you say. There are 3 chats going on, though. And the robot body is about 3. The brain in it is much older than that. You may guess, but I will not tell you. General rule of thumb is if I answer a question with a character lore answer, that means I'm not going to tell you. But as I mentioned, guessing is not really a problem, assuming you don't spam. Ember just swept through and got some pets, and then she clawed her way up my arm and away. She is currently playing with her favorite toy off camera. Normally, she only vocalizes in a trill. But if she's playing, it sounds like she's crying. It's kind of weird. I don't know what the velocity, the minimum of this is, so we're going to leave it alone for now. Okay, and then we're going to have in set position. New movement is equal to new movement. Physics server. Navigation server. Agent set. Let's do set position here. Agent RID position. Let's move that down below the physics server stuff. Why is the membership only 99 cents? That's the entry-level membership. There's also a $4.99 option. I live in the US, Robbie. So position when we do that, and then okay, so it's agent set velocity that we want. Okay, so then in the callback, okay, so this is movement is equal to safe velocity. Then we're going to do set position as position plus movement. And then test render. We get our direction to player. We set that, and instead of set position, we are going to get set movement. Vector to player times delta. Let's see here. Welcome back, King. And hello, Kenzie. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Well, thank you, Robbie. All right, they are not moving. Isn't that great? Time horizon. All right, let's say time horizon. Dot. 0.1. Comma. Then the moment we don't care about obstacles. Agent is null. Hey there, mate. There we go. And hello, noob. It's something fun to walk into, huh, Barbed Wire? Stay classy, internet. Huh? There we go. Hello, Olga. And a small droid come by. Can I draw? Only in a very limited sense. There are some shorts of me trying that. Not so great. Patient agent RID, right? Yep, we have an RID. Well, thank you, Emma. Okay, so we never get into a callback. Yes. We have 3 cats sleeping minimum right now. Let's second. Let me take a closer look. There's actually 4 of them there right now. We have the rare 4. You won't usually see Ember there. No, just the 3. We have Sky and Mason piled together on the blanket, and then we have Sammy on the pillow. Ember is back with me, and Sherbet is over on a shelf. How do we pronounce that one? Okay, so this is Mad Prince. Let's see how long I remembered that one, but hello. Okay, so we're still colliding. That's good. But we're not moving anymore. So in the test things... Oh, okay. There we go. We need to do that before we call set position, because that will, it will mess with the navigation agent to set the position. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, well, we fixed the spammed error, but now we still aren't getting the callback. So how do we get the callback? Hello, Ember. Hello, baby. Hey there, Anti-Spiral. Hopefully it's smart code. Oh, but why does not get called? What else do we have to do? Set the max speed, set the neighbors, set the map. Set the map, right? Have to give Ember snuggles here. All right, we will attempt to translate. Well, that might perhaps have been meant complimentary, but the translation tools I have access to can't tell, so hello, minion. I do move much more slowly if okay, the map has an RID there. You have a get for that? So right now what we're trying to do is get a callback function for the navigation service to work. Now, it's possible that the entirety of navigation isn't working. But the fact that the callback is never happening implies to me that there's more to it. Quit that, Ember. Quit it. Don't. Ember's being very chewy today. Map set active, do we have to do? Maybe that's the problem. So. Such luck. Sure, we've got a callback in here. Jared, we are working on kind of navigation behavior of enemies in our system. We are trying to make it so that the little bouncing blobs don't run over each other. If we can get that in place, then we're in really good shape. But it will depend on performance. We need a region or... Switch over to the cats for just a moment. We might have. All right, let's look at some documents here. So for reference, so one, we want these little blobs to move, and they should be moving, but they're not moving. What we want is that they don't stack on top of each other when they move. So we'd like them to kind of slide around. That's the ideal. So let's see here. Synchronization phase only. Okay, let's try a thing here. Okay. Create the map. Set it's up. We set it active. Okay. We're missing pieces here, so we need to set its up position, then we need to set regions inside of it, and then a mesh inside of that. We don't need a path. And I don't think we need the region's procedural generation there. I don't even think we need these. But this is just pathfinding. Physics starts, physics process. Set velocity on the agents. We don't want to do move and slide. We're just going to put them in position. And the 3D server and the 2D server are the same thing, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, we're going to set its up here. Okay, that's overridden in 2, so 2 knows that Y is up. Hey there, Dream. We don't want to have these meshes, because this is a boundary. That doesn't help. And we shouldn't need to wait on a physics frame. So we're going to try this. No airs being generated, still no movement. Okay, next we're going to go in and we're going to do the mesh setup here. Hey there, Tyler. Set. All right, Tyler. Shouldn't need a navigation mesh because we're never doing a find A to B. I don't know why we would need the region. All right. Just a moment. Okay. Oh, okay. Get world. Okay, we're not going to do a create map. We're going to get the world's map. It's update for Godot 4, so... Okay, it's in Node 3D. Can I do Node 2D? Okay. So navigation exists in the world now. Okay. Set the map, we set its radius, we set its position. Okay, and I can do self on that as a callback. Okay. Don't actually need that. Excellent. Map, radius, position. We are going to mitigate or minimize all of these callbacks for now. Just to simplify as much as we can. Just set the map on the agent, I believe. Yep. Map, radius, and position. Score avoidance callback. Set the position. The current and new calculated velocity needs to be passed to the navigation server each frame. Where's new velocity? It's how fast we're going and where we want to be going. Okay, okay. I don't know if this is what I should do, but... How do we do get world 2D? Ah, okay. Okay. How are we gonna do this? Hey there, Jared. Oh, well, we don't need this anymore. So we go into a test render. We're going to call in a thing. And during our initialize, when we're creating a navigation agent, right here, should be get world 2D. Off of a canvas item. Ah, okay. Test thing doesn't know what it is. So we may not need the collision layer mask, but we're gonna deal with that too. Some of this stuff up. Hey there, Jared. Well, I can't wait to see the final thing myself. Oh, and sorry about that, Carlo. Try watching 2 other streams. Well, hello. Okay. Is equal to get world 2D dot get navigation map. I think that should work. Well, it's not broken. It's the current and new calculated. Well, thanks, Kat. That sky up above on the tan blanket and Sammy on the big gray pillow. Let's see if we can spot anybody else. Ember was climbing on the tree very briefly there, but... Oh, well, there he is. Sherbet right across from the keyboard. Ember playing with something passing through the play area. Only Mason is missing, and he might be on the bed, too. What are we missing? Go through everything in the list, and we process the physics. And we say, this is the movement that you want to take. And if we go into set movement, which is during physics, so that's our current. And then our set target velocity. Maybe just this? Still no. Still no. We're still missing stuff. Bingo. Okay, it's getting a vector 3. That was the problem. There was part of our problem. Now I can just change movement to be a vector 3, but we're not going to do that. Okay, this has cost us a great deal of processing capability here. Not ideal. Let's see where... Oh, safe velocity is coming back as 0 every time. Let's run it again. Monitors, where are we? We're spending a great deal of time on navigation. That's to be expected. One map, whole bunch of agents, yep. Why only 2? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh. Wait. 2636. Okay, we're leaking navigation agents. So let's clean that up. Navigation server. Navigath. Yo. Okay, good. We're freeing the agents. That's good. But if we look at our output, it's still getting 0 over and over. So there's something missing as far as how we're calculating this. Okay, let's try this a little differently here. So during each physics frame, we want to move the safe distance. So we're going to say its current velocity do safe movement here. We're not going to do the movement here. We're going to set the position in the physics callback based on safe movement, I think, each time. Oh. There isn't a set target velocity. Navigation server 3d.set agent set target. No, there's something here that isn't right. Set velocity forced moves it. It's not what we want. So, if during the physics step, we set its movement based on what we have received. Oh, okay, tricky. We're going to adjust its movement based on safe. Or is this the adjustment? Because this is do avoidance movement. And then we just update the velocity. That's where we want to go, and then during the movement we use the new velocity to move it. Thought we were doing that. Okay. We don't care about this, actually. We're telling it that it needs to move in a particular direction each time. And then in the avoidance callback, that's our actual movement. So we're going to call set position. Position plus that. Okay, they're still not moving, and we're getting nothing into... We're getting nothing in the callback. As in, we're getting a safe velocity. Is good. Okay. We set it to submit it. Okay, so when we set movement, that should be this here. It's the renderer is saying set the movement to this. This is where I want you to go. Then in the test thing, we set the velocity, and this should eventually give us a callback. Oh. But wait. Movement.y 0. Okay. Wanted to make sure because we get a vector 3 in our callback. Yeah, the callback is faulty, so it doesn't work. Each time we're getting 0, where it's saying, oh, you don't need to worry. Oh, okay. Let's try this next thing. We are setting up the agent. We're saying it's callback in its radius. But what if we also include these? Here. Need them in 2 places at once. Oh, we've got movement. Ah, look at that frame rate. This is not what we wanted to happen at all. Exactly, barbed wire. Okay, maybe we're doing this a little off. Okay, yeah. When we set new movement, we are going to go in and say movement is equal to... Oh, this doesn't seem right. Because this is supposed to be adjusted. All right, let's look at this here. So in the test thing during the callback, so we're going to say movement is equal to new movement. Now we're passing that in. We're getting an adjustment. We're going to do that. So each time it's telling it move this way, but this is the way that we're actually going to try to tell you to move. Pause. Look at our output. So it wants to move here, but it's telling it to move way slower. But that's okay. They should be changing it. Hey there, sweets. doesn't seem right. We are moving in generally the right direction, though. We are definitely getting flaws in how it works. All right, so we're going to go and look at our monitors. Where is all of our effort being taken up? Because 60 milliseconds for navigation. Okay, yeah, this is going to eat a lot, but that doesn't account for that much frame loss. We're not colliding too often. I mean, that's good. We've cut down the collisions. Okay, we're making them bigger. Okay. Bigger still. Hmm. Okay. You seem to be able to type just fine, though, Robbie. Okay, we're getting a lot of, like, horizontal convergence, but not a lot of vertical. Let's try to get out of the mass here. Most double the rate check for neighbors. Okay, how about just one neighbor? I think it's the neighbors then. Getting more collisions. We should definitely be getting lower frames per second, but not 2, given the amount of processing that's going on. Getting way more collisions this way. So... fewer collisions, more physics and navigation. There has to be a further optimization we can do on this to tighten up this logic. Look within 8, only look for at most 3. Wait. Hey. Okay, let's try this. Where is it at? It's because the incoming vector is 3D, the interpretation of space is different. So let's do Z. Okay. So we've got the movement going properly now. That should help mitigate the number of collisions further. So let's do 6 things at 16. 1 full entity away. Okay, and we're going to... there was a way to disable a node for the purposes of testing, but I think we still can. We're going to export the spawn limit. Just so. And for this one, which is the weapons, we're going to say 0. Not perfect. Okay, so now we're going to go... It's number of things. Number of things is a big contributor to this. This is flickering. Anyway. Make this code a little more legible here. They're going to try to set... Oh, I think we're... Okay. 92. Also, hello, huge. Okay, I don't think this is what we're concerned about. I think it is our radius which is more relevant. Well, still not what we intended. Wow. Well, we did a thing, that's for sure. Yeah, they are rippling like crazy when that happens. Let's lower their velocity. It's really close. Okay, now we're going to look at our... We're going to turn off those debug calls because those seem to be a little pricey. Okay. $500 in bullet space. Hey there, Don. All right, we have 1,500 entities at once here. They are all keeping a relatively fixed radius away from each other. If they bump into each other, they should pop one another. But it's not perfect in that regard. We are getting... I think part of the problem is that the projectiles are appearing immediately inside of the blobs, and we're never getting the entered. But... Okay, we are going to... Where's our global nodes? Okay, okay. We go into the game. We have a point at which, yep, okay, we're updating the entity types here. So instead of this, make a duplicate. We'll call the old one. And we're going to go into our renderer. We're going to say the size of things here. Things as test render things dot size we want enemies to drift apart from each other so that they don't overlap if possible. But we also want these entities colliding with each other. The blobs and the bullets should be running into each other. So the bullets are looking for enemies and the player, and the enemies are looking for... Let's just call this down. The bullets just look for enemies. So you can see they're rattling off of each other. That's okay. But we're not getting frequent collisions with the other things. So let's... the avoidance callback. There should be a collision logic somewhere in here. Ah, okay. Right, we're gonna try on exit 2. This isn't perfect. Hey there. Hey there, not here. Okay, we're gonna go into this, into the nodes. We're gonna connect, disconnect, shape entered. We're gonna say shape entered. exited. Select it. Area shape exited. Connect that. We are getting some of them popping, but it's not quite enough. That seems like a that seems like it was a bit of a necessity there, not here. And what we're doing is we're attempting to get the collision correct. So the little mice and the monsters should be bouncing into each other, but they're not. Not with any frequency. As in, the little mouse things should cause the blobs to go away every time they touch, and they are, but they're not touching as frequently as they should. They should be popping when they overlap like this. So, what we need... yeah, they're drawn above it because... we look here. Look, the test renderer here, this object is lower than this object, so everything here renders above. It's the lower you are in the list, the higher you render. We can ultimately control that, but still. Okay, gonna step away for just a moment, quick break, and then we'll continue with more of this. Be right back. I have returned. Let's see. Yeah, you're right, barbed wire. It is the I'm doing collision testing so that I'm just using the little bullets as a different sprite so I can tell them apart. Frame, we update this so I can get an idea. So what happens if during physics processing physics server 2D dot area out transform area 2D dot net. Okay, so the overlapping areas won't help us because we don't know which shapes are overlapping. So, what can we do to ensure... getting a bit of cable interference here. So what I'm missing right now is that some of the shape enter to exit stuff isn't happening. We do need to make sure that this is happening in sequence, but I don't think we're getting any orphaned objects. These things are being created and removed faster than we can really tell. But we are seeing some of them pop. It's just that the, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to add an avoidance layer here. Okay, so the avoid mask is now in place. Enemies avoid enemies. And bullets do not avoid anything. So then when we are in initialize of a thing, super descriptive names, I know. It's the second value. that. So now the bullets shouldn't care about running into each other. Hey there, 3. Okay, I don't like the bullets overlapping that much because the rendering is flaky. We're going to have to come up with something that doesn't render them as frequently as they are. Where am I doing the drawing here? We're getting there, 3. We're getting there. Still rendering in a flaky fashion here. We're going to need to come up with a way to smooth this and to get rid of the flickering. That'll be a definite problem. All right, 3. Okay. Correction 2. Okay, it's normalized. Okay, we're going to use distance 2 squared here. And position. Distance. Dot distance 2 squared 2. I own 5 cats, not here. There on camera, you can see Mason and Sammy, the tan one, and then the tuxedo. Over here, once camera 1 loads, camera 1 is obstinate. You have Sky using Ember as a pillow. Let's actually see if we can spot Sherbet. The stealthiest kitty. We cannot. He could be anywhere. If times 1080. If it's greater, would it be? Okay, if it's more than 2 screen heights. this. I need its index here. I in things dot size. Thing as test thing is equal to things I. Oh, this won't work. No, it will. It will. Oh, it still won't. We can't pop their index. Welcome back, Tabby. As test thing. Tabby, the plot is going to largely be based off of kind of background lore of, well, my background lore as well as stuff that was built up during our Noida mod days. Thing. Index. So then way of test thing. Or thing in is to remove this. Remove thing by thing. Look at that naming. Okay. Shift tab. Now, if we get back towards the center, things should start to converge back on 1000 here. Monitor. Int 1186. Yeah, 1196. So many things, yes. You may ask questions, Tabby. Okay, so part of the trick is we need a way to know that it's entered immediately. Like, as soon as a new shape enters, we need to find it. Actually, we might be able to fix that too. These are blobs, and they collide with bullets, and as well as the player. And bullets only collide with enemies, and we'll do the player just in case. All right, we're still not getting as much collision as we'd want. I play a lot of games. I dusted off Fallout 4 for the giggles recently. I have been playing Ayuden Chronicles, which is a really old school JRPG. But was the but it's got some problems that are like that same kind of issue. On stream most recently, we've played the Paynes Creek Chronicles, and what was the other one that we intervened to play? Oh, Little Kitty Big City. We played that. Adorable cat game. The thing that I'm working on right now, and the design that I wrote for my look here, is based off of something that I made up for, well, it's something that I made up when I was doing a Noida mod, a game called Noida. Played a lot of that before. And it was the catbot, which is the little... Here, see if I can get him into visibility. The little guy in the center is a catbot. And if you go far enough back in my my short forms and my streams, you will see the avatar that I used prior to this one, and that is a catbot. Incredibox doesn't fully ring a bell. There's only 2 bullets in existence right now. Oh, okay. They was making them go away permanently. Go. They get too far away, replace them. So if I get really far away, then it'll start to remove them. Okay, yeah, this is it rapidly trying to remake them. So instead... position plus equals player factory player position. Is that if there is a player, move it to be around the player. Now, as I move, I should still get swarms and swarms of them this way. Alright, let's add another thing here. Instead of the size, we are going to say... int is equal to 0. Plus equals 1. And if we go into our game, and instead of this, we're going to say things spawned. This will almost immediately jump up. if size is less than things who spawn, the while add thing. All right, what we're doing right now is more testing to verify that everything is actually working. So what we're doing here is we're only adding things if there's a player there, which means during our ready, we can mitigate this. Okay, so right now we're going to say on a frame, we're going to replace them. So the initial frame is big. So every frame we replace any entities that have been removed. Okay, so now we are going to say we're going to add a new export here. We're really just throwing things at the wall for testing purposes right now. Export variable. Export. School. Through. So move out is equal to false. So that then we can go into our physics process and say, we don't remove them. Okay, we come in here. We have to move out. Then vector times equals -1. Reverse direction. Okay, and then blobs. Weapons are, we spawn right on the player position and we move out. Ah. I mean, it looks real cool. It really does. But we can see the collisions just aren't happening as frequently as they should. We need to find a way to get the collisions to happen uniformly. That even though the bullet is spawning right on an existing enemy, that we need the mice to hit them. Because right now, as soon as a mouse spawns, it's already touching the slimes. And we need it to be able to hit something immediately upon it appearing. Or at least we need it to detect that it's already colliding. So how can we do that? So if we go into our render scene, look at nodes. Okay, that's a bit of a puzzler here. Because they haven't entered. They overlap already. Okay. Where is it? All right, do we have anything? Where? What if we make the shape inactive during its first frame? Let's try that. So we go through and we create a shape. Create the rectangle, set its data, add it. Set. Shape set active. Maybe that's space, not shape. Area. Set shape disabled. That's index based. Don't know that I need the ID. So what I'm looking at here is I'm thinking maybe we can make it so that the shape isn't set until the first physics frame. But it's this add shape. So if the shape is active right away, it's automatically colliding. But can we change it such that I don't see how enabling it would matter. But the thought is we add the shape in a disabled state so it doesn't collide. Then we enable it. Does it immediately start colliding when it's set enabled versus added in an enabled state? But how do I get that? Because we're not adding them during a physics frame. We're adding it as soon as it's created. So it exists before the physics process is going to happen, but you'd think that would still cause a collision at that point. Okay. We're going to try it. And I realize we can do this here. Add shape. Just going to give it a transform that is null. and it's going to be disabled. So then during the rendering, during the test render, where we're updating the thing, it's outside of range, we just get rid of it. That's still okay. So then we do physics server area set shape disabled area RID shape is I. False. Almost. It was almost working. Okay, but the disabling thing doesn't really work. It was worth a try. We move it. So we get our callback. Now we're going to say this. Hey there, Chow. ID. Okay, so that's definitely not working. Oh, wait. We'll have to update that too. Movement. No. this. Okay, if something enters or exits. I have watched a small amount of that, Chow. I have read the manga up to quite a ways. Okay, we are getting more collisions with the blobs, but still not enough. And we'll also have to figure out a way to get both entities in the collision reacting here. So this is the local thing. My guess is when one of them collides... Let's double check here. This is the blob will collide with bullets in the player. Bullets will collide with enemies in the player. Giggles to see what this does. Yeah, and I think the collision isn't mutual, actually. Because we are getting them popping, but they're definitely not taking out the blobs with them. How odd. Interestingly, we're not actually very laggy at all right now. We're getting a steady 60 frames a second on this. And while it looks like a lot is happening, right now we're missing something. And that's, well, there's a lot that's missing, and a big part of it is those mice should be colliding with the blobs way more frequently. But they're not. And we're getting collisions left and right. Okay. Okay, so we can get a thing from this. So I'm going to call... We're just going to call it collide, and we're going to give our area resource identifier and an area shape index. We know but it's not. That's the thing. The thing we're colliding with is the area inside the entity, not the other way around. We can't get the remote thing here. We only have the local thing. We have its area and its identifier, but we can't get a thing from that. To make this work the way we would want it to, we would need to have a global thing registry, but that global registry would need to maintain the same logic. Or we could make it so that the thing renderer itself is the area. That way, when we call into it, we can say you as opposed to the other way around. So what if we look in the code and we have area 2D here? Now, it's currently an export and it uses this the other way around. So what if, and we're potentially going to break a whole bunch of stuff here, we're going to change this to an area 2D. So this guy is an area 2D. So we already have a collision layer. We already have a collision mask. We're going to keep the avoidance mask. Go into you. Remove this. Type, and it's going to be an area 2D. Okay. Each one has its collision and its mask. We'll just default all of that off. Then we go into our game object again. We have test render. Each one of these has its avoid mask, but we need to go into this. This is the blob, so it lives on enemy. And it collides with players and player bullet. And this is the bullet layer. So it lives on bullet and collides with enemies and the player. Bullets can't look for the... Sorry. The blobs have to look for that. The bullets can't collide with the player. Okay. So then in our test render, when we collide, we're going to have a function called collide here. And that is going to assert a shape index. And we're going to call collision with area local area RID area 2D comma we should call it with the whole thing. And we're going to reverse it. Okay, so we're going to call collide on the remote area if it is the type that we want. As a type of thing test render, then say area as test render dot collide and so it is local area RID area 2D local shape index was the colliding one and area shape index like so. So if they collide with each other. All right, nothing is colliding at all. That's not right. Oh. Let's get rid of that. Not what I want to happen, but now if those mice get far enough away, we either see a flicker or we see more mice created. Yep. All right, what went wrong with this? That. Okay. There we go. Sammy is definitely sacked out, but here's Ember is in full belly toast right now. No collisions at all. What's going on here? Live on the correct layer, and they have the correct mask. And 4. Nothing should be 4. Not 0, 1, 4. No, that's correct. So we've ceased getting collisions at all. Oh. Oh dear. That's why. The events were unlinked. Shape entered. On area shape entered. Connect. Shape exited. Type of. Oh, it's an int. That's not going to help. do this? Oh. If we call collide, we get a collision. If we call collision, we get a collide. Okay, how do we fix? How do we fix? So we call him, we get a collision. We can handle the local collision, and then we call collide. Okay. Local collision is all of this. When we call collide, we just do local collision. Local collision. There. We got the initial wave of them. We got the initial wave. And we are still getting... Let's remove player. So neither of them looks for player. Blobs collide with bullets and bullets collide with blobs. Okay, we are getting collisions. But not nearly enough. So let's... I wonder... Just as a... Yeah, okay. So you can see we're only getting some of the blobs taken out by the mice. And vice versa. So, and we've got enter and exit. We need a way to detect that they're overlapping. I wonder if we have to create entire areas. Instead of spawning each individual one as a member of a greater area, What if each of the areas has to be its own thing? That feels like I'm backtracking, because I just have one collision check to make here. In this state, I only have the one. And it's mostly working. About thing. We're going to what is the marker? False. Touring. False. Huh? Okay. That wild experiment was causing the error. Um, every frame, if there's one missing, add it. All right, barbed wire. Thanks for swinging through. Equals delta and time spawn is greater than or equal to 1. 1 minus equals 1. Okay, once a second, we will replace a thing. Okay, so the difficulty we have is when there is a shape overlapping already. If there is an overlapping shape, we need to identify it. We need to identify every overlapping shape when something is about to spawn so that we can get a collision. But we can't do that within the area itself. So how do we do? The remove shape that we can do. Because we're already going to have the entire collision space created heading into physics. Or during that. We have no changes to physics because we're not updating it every time something moves. That's one of the big savings we're getting right now. Hey, Valor. We're trying to make a game here. Here, let me speed this up. All right, 10 times a second. Let's go. So our problem is that if the little mouse thing spawns and it's already touching a blob thing, these are all test images, well, interim images, then it doesn't count as hitting it because of the way we're doing the logic here. So you can see some of the blobs are kind of getting through. Because they're already touching. This language is GD script. It is the Godot engine scripting language. This reduces the spawn rate. I mean, we can do this. And you can really see it go bonkers. Yom. So it works initially, but very shortly it starts to overload. So there's got to be something about an area that we can work with here. Well, I mean, there are a lot of languages that you can use and a lot of engines that you can use that they all have their own strength. Not too shocked with Python. Python is a kind of roll with it kind of language I would expect for this. Like, you can do a lot of things with it, but I wouldn't expect it's optimized for like rendering. Hey there, Respect. Yeah, that is Ember. Let's see where the others are right now while I'm stuck on this. We can see all but Sherbet. I don't know where Sherbet is. But let's see here. Okay. For Valor, Sky is in the upper left. Sammy and Mason and then Sammy, top to bottom, are on the left. And Ember is the lower right. For you, Respect, it is Ember in the fourth box, Mason and then Sammy in the seventh box, and then Sky in the eighth. Okay. Well, thank you, Valor. Thank you very much. You know, for a while we've been doing mostly gaming streams, and then I got it in my head that I wanted to try to pick up game development again. I saw a couple of Pirate Software's shorts about development and figured, you know what, let's do this. And this is stream, let me check here. This is effectively day 35. We generally program about 2.5 to 3+ hours a day. Today is an exception. We have been going for how long now? Who do I tell? We've been going since about 2:30, and it's almost 7. We've been ramping up the coding time. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. So how do we do this? The entry in the overlap is still an issue. So yeah, we're saving so much by them being big areas. But what are we missing? Well, so with starting game development, there are a lot of different things you could do it in. I mean, you could do it in raw HTML, especially if you want to dig into like canvas elements and the like. You absolutely can. But that's going to be uphill. That's reinventing the wheel with a lot of things. Unity, Godot, and Unreal Engine are all things you could grab right off the shelf. I think there's like Game Maker and a couple of others that are straightforward, and there is no end to the amount of tutorials that you can find online that you could just grab them and run. And that's pretty much how you get going, is look at something, try it, look at something, try it, and then you start playing around. Like, I'm largely deep into the weeds on things that are different. Integer. Okay, we're gonna try to add this again. function. To name it a bad thing to start with is the test function. Status area ID. So, for example, Godot is a free one. It's what I'm using right now. It's very tiny, especially if you're looking at this on mobile, or if you're looking at the mobile stream. But there is a rendering option for whether you're like what level of expectation your compile will have. Am I going to compile for as many things as possible, which is the mobile compile? That would let me compile for any number of platforms. And I think you can get onto like, I can load this on a web page kind of rendering. And then you can set it up to also be, no, I want this to be like PC optimized and for it to only run in that kind of environment. So area RID, instance ID, which is an object ID. Open that object. We're just gonna do that. Index should be an int, and it's the local. Debug ping physics server. Area set. Area monitor callback. Local area. Fingers are off center. Area RAD self dot underscore test. Whoop. So apparently, Zell, Nightbot is still set to target people sending links. I was not aware that it was that aggressive, but at least I know it's working. Hey there, Michael. Okay, it is hitting the callback now. Okay. We're going to call collision. That. Physics server. I also I have two streams on YouTube, Valor. I have the 16:9 and I also have a 9:16 ratio stream. I also stream to Twitch, but my primary is on YouTube. Welcome back, Tabby. Okay, we would want the area. Can I get... Okay, so we're going to do instance from ID on the get. Okay, let's try instance from ID. Get object instance ID from area RID. Yeah, it is. Oh. All right, actually, capital isn't the right thing to do because ID is not an acronym, it is an abbreviation. Wait. Are we? All right, let's slow him down. One full second. It is at newtmechanist. One word. NEWTMECHANIST. Okay, so we are going to do no limiter, and we're going to go into game, switch the order here. We're going to stand still. Okay, so we're still running into the same problem, is if they're already overlapping, once it's fully overlapping and there's nothing new, there's no new shapes, then it doesn't work. Oh, congratulations, Tabby. And whatever, Odin. You are clearly attempting to be clever. Hello, Jackson. Monitor callback. Layer. Set area monitor callback. Status body instance. It's not a body. Oof. Well, thank you, Jackson. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting tempted to actually add a alert for that. Those can get spammy, but it's not like the channel is that active. Gravity, don't care. Not bodies, they're areas. Joints. With areas, you can kind of make paper doll kind of things. Kind of pin them together. Yes. CCD mode. How can we change that? Start enums. Yeah. All right, Jackson. Have a good time. Oh, CCD mode might have been interesting, but we don't want to handle all the movement by body anyway, so. Okay, what if we spawn them all on 0? What happens when we do that? You old one. Factory.player. Position. Right on the player. Every time on the player. We are getting steady collisions, and it is slowing the game way down because we are getting more and more collision objects. Everything is colliding with everything else. So we are going to slow that down. 1 a second. Weird, it shouldn't be doing that many. Oh, okay. Every time it collides, it's remaking it. What if we leave this and we remove the remake it logic? Okay, it explodes. Why did it explode? Breaks down in here. Remove that. Okay. Okay, they just collided. We have no special errors. Step in. Okay. We are not re-adding the things immediately. That is the big difference here. Okay. Greater than 0. For those that have joined and are wondering what's going on, I'm trying to get collision detection working. And I think we're getting there. Nope, we're hitting critical here. Yeah, same issue can occur. Same issue can occur. As soon as they are overlapping indefinitely, it's harder for it to hit something. But this is happening a lot more quickly. Okay, so what if we go into this? We have another collision can happen. Yeah, I think what we're facing, Tass, is that right now the once a shape has already entered, it doesn't break free. If it's sitting there inside of an existing shape, nothing ever changes. And if I do this, it's going to explode in a moment. No, it didn't. Okay, so this is on enter and exit. Oh, there it goes. Okay, we can have a bad RID here. Oh, what's that marker? Up factory. It's like a safe reference I did somewhere. Because if we have a dead reference after we remove something and we try to interact with it, it will break. Like the whole engine explodes. Random range. It's like valid something. I think it's that. Yeah, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. I'm wondering if it's because where it spawns is right under it. Like, it doesn't count as having entered, you know? Now, ideally it would. But it don't. Just a quick test. Something about moving, maybe? There's some weird flaw in the way I'm positioning things. So they're perfectly overlapping. 10 times a second we make one. But they should self-destruct. Like, we shouldn't be seeing one on one there. So, one possibility that we could be looking at is having them all be their own area. I don't like that, but they could. And if they're all their own area, the navigation part still works, but the difficulty is we get more collision zones. We get more collision tests. There's not just one entity being rendered and updated. It's many things. But I think that's where we are. We're going to pick up with that tomorrow. pick up with that tomorrow because I'm hitting a mental block here. What we'll probably do then is we're going to do another experiment, and that's going to be creating an entity generator that generates them as areas. Instead of shapes within, it's going to generate an area, and that area will have a shape. Just to be sure. I think that won't be as good for performance because, again, the collision checks are on all of the different areas and not the shapes within them. So that could be an issue. We could still have the same problem, though. Because what happens if the two areas are on top of each other? Might have to do bodies. Because bodies do have, like, continuous checks moment to moment. That might work, too. We'll see. And the interim folks, I hope you had fun with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. It'll help the algorithms show you more stuff that you want to see. We will be back tomorrow, probably going to try to start a little early as well. See if we can cover more ground. See if we can get this physics system working. But again, have a good night, everyone.